Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Alpensia ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Gangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Gangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 팔만광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 날아 정성을
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forest and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai gagné 10 ans ma vie en Haïti. Moi, lever à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais finir un bon médecin, l'aime finir avec l'école classique, pour me capable de servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable de devenir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec tes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci en pile Koïka.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. Welcome to the wrap-up session of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I am Park Se-jung. I will be leading you throughout the session. Today is the last day of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. Throughout the last 3 days, we took a deep dive into 6 topics, namely economy, sports, DMZ, peace zone, UN SDGs, peace, public diplomacy, and special session. We were able to take a look at what we need to do for each agenda item. For this session, as we are wrapping up the Peace Forum, we will be taking a look at the contents of a total of 11 plenary sessions, including the 5 agendas as well as the special sessions. Thank you very much for your participation despite your busy schedules, and thank you to our online audience who have joined us from around the world.
자, 그럼 지금부터
Let us now start the wrap-up session of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022.
세션에서 꾸준히 열심히
We have invited 3 people who have participated in various sessions. First, we have with us Mr. Lee Sung-hoon representing APSD. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
그리고 제네바 리더십
We also have with us Mr. Lee Young-gil, International Advisor to the Geneva Institute for Leadership and Public Diplomacy.
네, 그럼 지금부터 마이크를 넘겨드리겠습니다.
We will now turn the floor to our speakers.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. 시작은 제가 한국어로
I will be starting in Korean as we have simultaneous interpretation. We have a 30-minute wrap-up session prepared, and I believe that it is the most important session.
있었는데 다 참석 못하셨죠?
We have had a great number of sessions, but you were not able to participate in all of them. Physically, we could not participate in all 30 sessions. I think at most it would have been 6 to 7 sessions. And so through this wrap-up session, you will be able to listen to all of the sessions. Do you remember the 5 topics for the PyeongChang Peace Forum? Well, many people traveled by KTX, and we had to get off at Jinbu Station, and the Jinbu Station is also named the 5 mountains, or Odaesan. And so that is probably why we have 5 topics. It includes sports, we have peace and economy, DMZ,
공공외교,
public diplomacy, and UN SDGs. So these are the 5 topics that we covered through the Peace Forum.
SCG 부분
And I would like to take this opportunity to explain the SDGs, and Professor Lee Young-gil will cover the DMZ and public diplomacy. And we will also give opportunities to our audience to share with us your thoughts.
어떤 세션에서 어떤 것들이
And you will be given opportunities to share what sessions you participated in.
네 번째
This year, we are holding the 4th PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. We had the opening ceremony. How did you enjoy the opening ceremony?
평창 평화 포럼 처음 오신 분
So, who came to this forum for the first time?
평창 피스 포럼. Okay, second time, third time, all the time, fourth time. Okay, I said majority of your first time. Okay, so we had the opening ceremony. There was a series of welcome and congratulatory speech. Particularly this year, for the first time, we had a congratulatory message from UN Secretary General. And he said very clearly, he recognized contribution of PyeongChang Peace Forum and UN support multilateralism and this type of effort. Also, he mentioned about PyeongChang Peace Spirit. So we are very happy. Our effort finally has been recognized by UN Secretary General, because we have been working together with the UN on the agenda, especially SDG and peace. And then we have a cultural performance. Did you enjoy this orchestra and ensemble? It was really touching, and it was really moving, So we really hope to have this type of cultural performance, not only in PyeongChang, next time in Pyongyang together, you know. So this is a symbol of the harmony and reconciliation and unity for peace. Then we have about 30 substantive sessions. So let me introduce some of the highlights of the session related to SDG and peace. Let me use a PowerPoint. Okay, SDG, which I was in charge of this time, was one of the 5 themes, but these are all interrelated, you know. So almost, I think more than half of the session, they mention about SDG, but I want to highlight only several because I wasn't able to attend all the sessions. As you know, the peace is one of the 5 P's. The SDG is composed of 5 pillars: people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. And then this is the well-known phrase from preamble of 2030 agenda: there is no peace without sustainable development, no sustainable development without peace. So in this spirit, we try to address this SDG, but not only this year, but from the beginning. Since the first PyeongChang Peace Forum 2019, SDG and peace has been the main theme of the PyeongChang Peace Forum. So, and also from the beginning, there has been already the session about SDG 16 Plus by KOICA, Korea Internet Development Corporation. And every year we produce the outcome document. First year, 2019, there was a PyeongChang Declaration for Peace and the resolution for sustaining peace process. It's like a founding document of PyeongChang Peace Forum 2019. And then 2020, there was a civil society message for peace and also resolution. So closing session, we are going to adopt again, probably in the form of final statement, to summarize main outcome of our deliberation last 2 days. So you can find all these outcome documents in the website listed in the screen. So I want to also remind you of how the agenda, this 5 agenda, has been formulated along with the UN. As you know, we have a 2030 Agenda 2015, September, UN General Assembly. There was a beginning of the peace and SDG agenda. And then same year, December, the well-known the Paris Peace Summit. And then 2015, at the same time, the many youth participants mentioned about this UN Security Council Resolution 2250, which stressed the role of youth in peace and security. You know? So this is a part of the broader peace and SDG agenda. And then 2018, peace building. And 2018 again, together with the World Bank, UN World Bank, they published a report, The Pathways for Peace. And then 2018, UN Secretary General issued Agenda for Disarmament. So these are the part of agenda we discussed in the session on the peace and SDG. It's not only SDG, but there are also other peace agenda introduced by UN. And also 2018, Treaty for the Prevention of Nuclear Weapons. And then 2019, 2 years ago, UN declared the decade of action to deliver SDG by 2030. That means we have only 10 years left. Now 9 years only left. And then 2020, it was the 75th anniversary of UN. So we had the first, outside of New York, 2 years ago, the Global Civil Society Dialogue on the 75th anniversary of UN. And as a result of this declaration, UN Secretary General issued agenda called Our Common Agenda, which is a roadmap for the implementation of SDG by 2030. So these are the part of agenda we discussed under the pillar of SDG in this PyeongChang Peace Forum. And also in this session, there was also the milestone, forthcoming event. So this year, UN is going to organize Transforming Education Summit. And next year, Summit of the Future, and 2025 Social Summit, and then 2030, 9 years later, this is a target year of 2030 agenda. And then we have another target year, climate neutral or carbon neutral 2050 from Paris Agreement. So this is a global agenda so far and also the future agenda for our action. And when it comes to PyeongChang Peace Forum, as I said, PyeongChang Peace Forum was organized as a legacy of PyeongChang Winter Olympic 2018. The word PyeongChang Peace Spirit was born out of the PyeongChang Winter Olympic. And every year, February, we have organized. This is our fourth edition. I hope to continue next year up to 2030 so that we can, along with the SDG agenda, we can work together, not only the Korean Peninsula, but also with the global communities. And as you see also last year, we started PyeongChang Youth Peace Challenge, where the top 10 winners appointed as a Youth Peace ambassadors. They have been carrying out the various activities to promote PyeongChang peace spirit in their own country and also internationally. The second column, you will see some of the milestones of PyeongChang peace action. As you know, PyeongChang, year after the first PyeongChang Peace Forum 2019, then next year, the PyeongChang 2018 Memorial Foundation was created. So now they are fully in charge of organizing this PyeongChang Peace Forum. And then last year, PyeongChang Peace Center by PyeongChang Municipality was created. So we have two foundations, PyeongChang 2018 Legacy Foundation, Peace Center, because 2024, when we have the Winter Youth Olympic Games, PyeongChang Municipality is going to open PyeongChang Peace Theme Park, the big the building around the downtown, where you can organize many the peace activities, education and conference and so on. So we have all the infrastructure by 2014 to engage more long-term in the peace building process in the spirit of PyeongChang peace spirit. So as you see in this screen, there are several sessions about SDG and peace. These are some of the sessions I was engaged as a moderator or panel discussions. There are the two Korean sessions about peace city and also peace and public diplomacy. So this is a quick summary of the session related to the SDG. The first one was OCA report. So we have a lot of discussion. All the participants from abroad. That's why I was the only one sitting as a moderator in the big hall, and they're all speakers through Zoom. The main idea was how to implement OCA report. There are 12 proposals in the OCA report for peace, along with the SDGs. So many ideas was presented. I already put that idea in the chronology and the milestone of the PyeongChang agenda. Second session was PyeongChang Global Peace Agenda. It was organized in partnership with the IEP, Institute of Economics and Peace, and also PNND, Parliamentary Network for Nuclear Disarmament. They discussed how the parliamentarian civil society can work together to promote peace and SDG and address the issue of the nuclear armament. There was a very interesting idea about Northeast Asia nuclear-free zone. As you may know, there are many areas, nuclear weapon-free zones, Central Asia, whole Latin America, and Africa, and Mongolia, and Southeast Asia. But Northeast Asia is the only region, it's a missing link. So idea is 3+3, 3 nuclear powers, China, Russia, US, and 3 non-nuclear powers, there is Japan, South Korea, North Korea. How we can create the security zone in this Northeast Asia, or how we can create Northeast Asia nuclear-free zone. So this idea was seriously discussed. I think this will be part of our future action agenda. And also idea was how can we reduce military spending, particularly nuclear weapons money, more investment, jobs, and climate, and many other human security related agenda. Third session was a youth agenda, Youth Peace Agenda 2030. There are many youth organized MG generation sessions. This is one of them. This was organized by PyeongChang youth ambassadors, and they discuss how youth can participate more actively in the implementation of OCA report and also SDG. The one concrete proposal was 2014, as you know, we have the Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon 2024. Idea is to organize global youth peacemakers Olympiad, so that we have athletes at the same peacemakers like you, so that we do together for peace building. This idea was proposed. I hope this will be accepted, and then we can work together so that we can meet again 2014. Not only to celebrate the peace and sport, but also discuss concrete action to change the world, change better world for the peace. Next one is a peace city in Korea. All the speakers were Korean because they're from different cities, especially Busan, Jeju Island, and Goyang, and then DMZ cities in Gangwon province. They gathered together to discuss their program and activities about how to localize peace and SDG in their own cities. So we hope to continue this type of exchange, not only cities in South Korea, but also cities in abroad, so that we can make it more international. And then next session was PyeongChang Peace Spirit and Public Diplomacy. Here also, in terms of SDG, they discuss how to use SDG as a common framework for public diplomacy. So these are the main ideas discussed. And these two sessions were organized by PyeongChang Peace Center, which was created last year. And last session, DEP Nexus. DEP means Development and Environment Peace. How we can develop integrated approach, not silo, take into account development, environment, peace in the border or borderland when there's a conflict. Because the COICA has been supporting many projects, Africa, Asia, and Latin America around this idea. And then this idea can also be applied in DMZ. DMZ is like a border, right? So here also they discuss SDG framework, how we can apply SDG framework in specific context of conflict and the borderland. So this is not all the session, but these are some of the sessions which I picked up in terms of SDG. So I hope this summary is useful. And you can find all the details. I put the page number of the program book English. So thank you for listening. Now let me invite Lee Young-gil, who has been working on various issues, public diplomacy and DMZ. Please.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lee, for an excellent summary of what's been happening in this PyeongChang Peace Forum. I've been, I've been focusing on peace, public diplomacy, and DMZ, what we can do in DMZ area. I don't want to summarize what's been happened in each session for the time consideration. Now, what I have noticed from all these sessions regarding public diplomacy and DMZ effort is public diplomacy in PyeongChang Peace Forum has been emerged in a particular ways, meaning that public diplomacy cannot be separated from other areas. So public diplomacy cannot stand alone, but it goes back to back with other areas. For example, developmental areas, which Dr. Lee excellently summarized, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals can go very effectively back-to-back with public diplomacy initiatives. So that's why United Nations Sustainable Development Goals has significant meaning in what we do in public diplomacy. And the other area is military areas. When we think of the military, we think of war. But in fact, peace also, we have to put a lot of efforts, ideas, and creativity. So peace should be done in the manner of the operation. So it's not just military operation. Peace also should be done in the mode of the operation. One of the very exciting and interesting sessions that I've been involved is United Nations Peacekeeping Operations Center, which is now currently located in Korea National Defense University. And the government of Gangwon is highly interested in hosting United Nations Peacekeeping Operations Center to DMZ area. The PKO office is obviously dealing with military side of peace, but throughout the discussions, it is being emerged that military peace operations should go back to back with other areas, especially public diplomacy initiatives should be highlighted, and also sports, culture, academy, etc., should be attached to military, so-called military operation of peace. And as we've seen in this forum, the public diplomacy measures has been much emphasized throughout the programs. For example, sports, right? So 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics has been a constant theme of peace, how sports could be best related to peace initiatives. And that has become a theme, and even globally, I know the case in the Middle East. Last year, the Middle East Peace Accord was cut between Israel and our allies and the Muslim countries, neighboring countries. And they are talking about hosting World Cup to Israel. So sports has been a very important focus in bringing peace. And PyeongChang has become a model of such approach. And the other area that we should not miss is a multinational aspect. Public diplomacy is not just a Korea and one country relation. Peace could be facilitated when nations get together and work together. So even peacekeeping operations center in other countries, the centers around the world to work together. And one of the really exciting things that I've heard in this is once the Peacekeeping Operations Center is established in the DMZ area, say in Goseong, then what is unimaginable at this point, meaning North Korean military and South Korean military come to a one point at Goseong, and they teach the nations, right? Peacekeeping forces, which is coming from all different directions, from different countries. Both South and North Korean military will teach them how to keep peace around the world. So these are the factors being emerged throughout PyeongChang Peace Forum. Around the DMZ, very interesting thing is DMZ is becoming a real symbol of peace because of its geopolitical significance. And it has become a symbol of division, as we all know. but now we want to turn it to a strong symbol of peace. So DMZ is a known world now globally as the symbol of peace. And secondly, the issues that we've been discussing around DMZ is how to create a model for practice in a small scale so that which could be replicated in other parts of the world. You know, we quite often say that the province of Gangwon is the only province that's divided on a provincial level, but in fact, that's not the fact. You know, in between India and Pakistan, there are Kashmir that's been divided between North and South, and there are many more of such state of division. Now, why it is important that Gangwon is doing in DMZ area? Because it could be effectively replicated in other parts of the world in conflict. So the city of coexistence, the city of Gosang, is presented, and in fact, it's been repeatedly presented throughout PyeongChang Peace Forum for the last 4 years. Now we need a small model of coexistence. In case of Korean Peninsula, you know, we need a case of coexistence between South and North Korea. That can be Gosang. And we could do a lot of things in that area to share and to communicate what the peace means in practical ways. So there are many things that's been suggested, and I believe that in coming years, through PyeongChang Peace Forum in particular, very practical proposals will be suggested and implemented. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee Young-gil. This is a short summary of the discussion about the DMZ. I want to add one more, DMZ. Unfortunately, final program of PyeongChang Peace Forum this year is a closing session. But first to PyeongChang Peace Forum 2019-2020, final program was to visit DMZ. You know? So we went to border to see the land of North Korea with our own eyes, and also we visited the Gosong, and the last station, you know, disconnected, you know, one, you know. So I hope you can come next year so that we can visit DMZ, and there we can discuss more concrete ideas. In fact, one of the youth sessions, as you know, DMZ is the demilitarized zone, but in reality, if you go there, you will see the most militarized zone in the world, you know. So idea was to transform this DMZ into dream place for MG generation, DMZ, you know. So we want to have a more youth participation to transform DMZ, not from military to dream place for MG generation. In fact, idea was how to make a DMZ international peace zone. This was a proposal by President Moon Jae-in at the UN General Assembly 2 years ago. You know? So there are many ideas, ecological zone, peacekeeping operation, as Dr. Lee said. You know? So let's continue to work to make a DMZ this place for peace.
Yes, Dr. Lee, yeah. Just let me add one thing. You know, the Governor Moon Choi repeatedly saying that the DMZ is the best place for public diplomacy. Yeah. Because you know, 2 years ago, Geneva Institute for Leadership and Public Policy, their leaders have come to DMZ and begun to understanding the reality of division and possibility of peace. So Dr. Lee rightly mentioned that there must be such programs so the international community will have a chance to visit the DMZ and try to understand and interpret it in a real way, practical way. Thank you.
Okay, so we are two Dr. Lee, you know? We have two Lees. So we are not brothers, but we are friends. We happen to be the high school classmates, you know? So we met each other last year in PyeongChang after 30 years, because he was working in India and Africa. I was working in Geneva and Bangkok, so different field, but finally we are here together. So, Okay, so we have two more thematic sessions. There's economy and sports. But economy, I want to highlight, as you see in the program, is the idea. One of the main idea was the railway, how to reconnect the railways. So a lot of ideas programmed. So starting from PyeongChang all the way to Gosong to North Korea and Siberia or Pyongyang. I don't know whether you watch the Korea zombie movie, Train to Busan. You watch that movie? And this is another many zombie movie. Korea is very strong for Korean zombie movie. So idea was how to this train to Busan with a zombie, but peace train from Busan. Busan is a starting place. So if you take a ticket from Busan all the way Seoul or PyeongChang or Pyongyang, Beijing, Ulaanbaatar, and then Berlin, and then London. This is what keynote speaker said. He showed a big map. You remember the big map, global map. So if 38 parallel opens, if DMZ become peace zone, you can come here. We can take a train together all the way to your home, whether it's Central Asia, Europe. This is our final dream. Final dream of PyeongChang peace dream. So let's continue to implement that idea. And then lastly, this 2024 Winter Olympic Game. I want to highlight once again, as Dr. Lee said, the name is Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. But Gangwon is very special. Gangwon is not name of city. Exceptionally, IOC agreed to give the name Gangwon as the name of the Olympic because Gangwon is a divided province. Of course, you said, Dr. Lee said Pakistan, also other part, but Gangwon is very special in that sense. So we have a northern Gangwon province, the government, and southern Gangwon province. So idea is whether we can co-host this 2014 as a symbol of unity and reconciliation. Of course, we need to work out this big challenge of denuclearization and the peace building. So hopefully 2024 is another opportunity. Again, PyeongChang, and then in the name of Gangwon, so to make another momentum for peace building 2014.
Yeah, I just want to second what Dr. Lee said. Previously, to hold a peacemakers Olympiad alongside of 2024 Winter Youth Olympics, I think is very, very significant and history making, because PyeongChang 2018 has become a milestone for peace, and now we are combining sports with peace theme. So I really want to second what Dr. Lee is proposing to the Secretariat of the PyeongChang Peace Forum for Peacemakers Olympiad alongside of the Youth Winter Olympics.
Maybe beforehand, I want to add this idea of Jo Suji. I'm sure you have met one of the participants. She was the unified team of women ice hockey during 2018. She proposed one idea during the session. She said, can you create a mixed team, not only Korea and North and South Korea at that time, but other countries, as you said. For instance, we can create a team composed of the players from Pakistan, India, Israel, Palestine. It can be Armenia and Georgia, or many other countries, because conflicts are all around the world, So bring them together, play. So this is a true sport diplomacy, So playing together, although we belong to different nationalities, so we can work together in peace and harmony. So I think that's a really brilliant idea, so that we can bring not only the athletes, but also peacemakers from countries in conflict, so that we can show at least the youth. So we can work together, We can work for peace in spite of all the conflict and so on, So I really would like to strongly propose this idea so that we can make 2014 another momentum for peace, again PyeongChang. So with this, I'd like to end the wrap-up session. So let's give the big hands to those who made the very meaningful sessions, and also organizers of the PyeongChang Peace Forum, and also interpreters. Let's go big hands. Thank you very much.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. Welcome to the last day special agenda session 2 of PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I am Park Se-jung. I will be leading you throughout the session. Pleased to meet you. This session is titled Analyzing the Success Potentials of the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games based on the diagnosis on the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. In 2020 in Rosanne, Gangwon Province successfully won the bid for Gangwon 2024, and we are halfway through until 2024. In order to have a successful hosting of Gangwon 2024, we will analyze the case of Winter Olympic Games in Beijing this year.
오늘 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고
I would like to take this opportunity for your participation despite your busy schedules, and thank you to our online audience who have joined us from around the world.
자, 그럼
Let us now commence the special agenda session 2 of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. This session will be moderated by announcer Chun In-suk of KBS. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you. I am Chun In-suk of KBS.
강원도 강릉에서 태어난
I was born in Gangneung, and I have had many experience broadcasting sports events. And in just 2 years, we will be hosting an international youth event, Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games.
있었던 이제 평창 평화 포럼에 가장 마지막
Throughout the forum, we have discussed various issues, and this is the last plenary session. We don't have a long session, but we do hope that it will be a great opportunity for us to listen to the insights of our distinguished panelists, and we will also have a time to accept questions from the audience. I will sit as I proceed. So as we start the last plenary session, I will introduce our 3 participants on stage as well as our participant on the Zoom platform. We have with us President An Yong-gyu of the Korea National Sports University on Zoom. To my left, we have with us athlete Yoo Sung-min, who is currently the president of the Korea Table Tennis Association and IOC athlete member. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 그리고 꾸준히
We also have with us a gentleman who continues to work on the development of sports in Korea, in particular, the exchanges between the 2 Koreas, which will ultimately lead to unification through sports. We have with us Chairman Kim Kyung-sang. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
잠시 또 소중한 말씀.
We will be listening to your insights soon. And we have the beloved governor of Gangwon Province, Governor Choi Mun-sun.
네, 그리고 좀 전에 말씀드린
And as I have mentioned before,
참석하지
joining us through the online platform, we have with us
자, 우리 한
President An Yong-gyu of the Korea National Sports University. Pleased to meet you.
자, 총장님 지금
So could you test your microphone by saying hello to everyone here today?
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Good morning. Pleased to meet you. Due to COVID-19, I came in close contact with a confirmed case, so I was not able to participate in person. I apologize for that. Since we only have a short session, let us jump right into our discussion.
First of all, I would like to ask a question to Governor Choi, but before that, I'd like to mention that a lot of the participants were surprised to enjoy the performance by New York Philharmonic Orchestra here in PyeongChang. But as you may know,
기자가 생존해 계실 때
when the previous concertmaster was alive, it was about 14 years ago in February 2008, the New York Philharmonic Orchestra went to Pyongyang and they had a performance, and they also played the national anthem of the US, and they also performed Arirang. But as far as I know, it was Governor Choi Moon-soon who was actually playing a key role in making this concert possible. Yes, but as he already mentioned, Chun In-seok was born in Gangwon province, and he has been a very successful sportscaster. And I'd like to welcome you back to your hometown. So please give him a big round of applause. Yes, as you mentioned, in February, it was actually February 26th of 2008. The New York Philharmonic Orchestra had a concert at the East Pyongyang Theater in Pyongyang, and this was actually a very successful event, and it made many headlines because in 2006, North Korea conducted a nuclear testing, but we pursued this event since then when there was a lot of tension on the Korean peninsula. I remember that after the second nuclear testing, there was a lot of tension between the DPRK and the US. And there was a businessman called PyeongChang who was living in Hong Kong, and he came up with this idea and made a proposal to the KBS and to MBC. Yes, at that time I was not governor, but I was the head of the MBC broadcasting station. Back then, the situations on the Korean peninsula were quite dangerous, and President Bush, the then U.S. president, called the DPRK an arch enemy and an act of evil because at that time the DPRK started building its nuclear weapons, and so there was a lot of tension. And there was someone called Kang Neung-soo and Rorin Margel, a very renowned concert master from Israel. And he was at that time the conductor of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. And as I said before, the relations between North Korea and the US were very bad. So it was almost unimaginable for an American orchestra to visit North Korea and offer a concert. So there was controversy over this idea. But we had some very strong supporters of this idea. And at that time, after this concert was performed, later President Bush commented on this and said that he didn't know about this. It was rather a silent permission for the New York Orchestra to visit Pyongyang and perform. The New York Philharmonic Orchestra is a very American orchestra, but they went to Pyongyang and they performed the national anthem for the first time. And the US flag was there, and they also played a rearranged version of Arirang. It was also played by Michelle Kim a few days ago here in PyeongChang. And there were several Korean American performers, and they shed tears and they cried during the performance because it was very moving. Back in 2008, the relations between the US and North Korea were really in a bad shape, but it was a big turning point. At that time, it was discussed that the North Korean orchestra would visit New York to offer a concert. Yes, that was what we discussed and that was what we agreed, but it didn't happen because the New York Philharmonic Orchestra, after the concert, went to the College of Music in Pyongyang, and there was a mutual invitation. So it was supposed to be that the North Korean orchestra would go to New York. The New York Philharmonic Orchestra also performed in Seoul, and they offered an invitation to North Korea for a return visit to New York, but it didn't happen, unfortunately. And I hope to be able to arrange a special event when we will all go to Pyongyang once again. I hope that that will become a reality. In 2 years, in 2024, we will have the Gangwon Youth Winter Olympic Games, and maybe we can invite this New York Philharmonic Orchestra in Gangwon Province once again. That will be a great idea. We have only 2 years left before the 2024 Gangwon Youth Winter Olympic Games will be held. So how are you preparing for this? Yes, as you said, the Gangwon 2024 Winter Olympic Games will be held very soon, and I believe this is a God-given opportunity. Why do you think so? It is because right after the PyeongChang Olympic Games, the inter-Korean relations were very good, but after the no deal from the Hanoi talk, the situations became worse. And I think we are rather traumatic about the whole experience for the past couple of years. But I think we need to overcome our trauma and reopen and pursue our inter-Korean relations. And I believe that this Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games will give an opportunity for North Korea to recognize the situation and come and talk with us. It is going to be held in Gangwon Province, and we will be able to connect this with Wonsan. And Wonsan and other areas have been already developed in North Korea. And we believe that we can give North Korea a cause for them to open up their Wonsan area for the co-hosting. I believe that we need to really work hard to make this happen. Yes, inter-Korean co-hosting of the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games will be really wonderful. But as you mentioned, the international relations, we need to consider that, and also international politics will play a role, and there will be some impact. What's the likelihood of co-hosting? Well, when we look at the overall situation, there is a lot of competition among the strong powers, and there's hegemonic competition. So we see that there is an end to an era of globalization. We're seeing this violence rising once again in Ukraine. So this may have some negative impact on our effort. But we remember that the 2018 PyeongChang Olympic Games was successfully held. It was almost something that we didn't imagine, but we made it happen. Yes. Nobody knew that in 2008, the New York Philharmonic Orchestra could perform in Pyongyang. Likewise, I hope that your plan will become a reality. So give him a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I understand you are feeling this heavy responsibility.
Next, we have on screen President An Yong-gyu of the Korea National Sports University. Can you hear us well? Yes, we can. I can hear you well. Every time there is a sports event, athletes from the Korea National Sports University are doing very well. They did very well at the Beijing Olympics as well. Yes, every time there is an Olympic Games, during the Winter Olympics, about 33% to 40% of the medals, and for the Summer Olympics, and 70% of medals from the Winter Olympics is from the Korea National Sports University, including Hwang Dae-yeon's gold medal. He's a senior at our university. We have won 5 medals at the Beijing Olympics this time around. And so we have a total of 126 Olympic medals under our belt. Well, during the Beijing Olympics, is there a story that you would like to introduce? Well, Hwang Dae-yeon's story is very inspiring.
Well, in the beginning, he was disqualified a few times, and when he was disqualified, everyone felt sorry for him. But you could see that he had a big smile on his face after he did his best and won an Olympic gold medal. So when he won the gold medal, it was a great joy to all Korean people. At our university, we were clapping and crying at the same time. When he came back home, what message did you give to Hwang Dae-yeon and other athletes from your university? I said thank you for enjoying the Olympics and doing their best to give joy to the people of Korea. And I gave them a big hug. So in just 2 years, we will be hosting the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games.
그 말씀을 좀 해주시오.
What advice do you have for Gangwon 2024? Well, I am in charge of PR for that event. And this event is being prepared with all of the good intentions that we have. And by meeting our North Korean counterparts, we are in discussion. In particular, with the Chosun University of Sports, we are hoping to sign an MOU. And I will also be working with Chairman Kim Kyung-sung on stage today to sign MOUs with our North Korean counterparts. And we look forward to inter-Korean exchanges of athletes. So athletes from our university and athletes from the Chosun Sports University of North Korea, we hope to see them play side by side at Gangwon 2024. And we look forward to all of your activities, and please join us until the very end. Thank you very much.
As you heard from President An, there were several athletes from this university who suffered from some issues regarding the reference decisions. And as Yoo Seung-min was there, I'm sure you felt a lot of emotions when such situations happened. And Yoo Seung-min was re-elected as vice chair of the athletes members of the IOC. So congratulations once again. So what is your role in this capacity? We have 15 members, IOC members, and also there are 4 expert members. We have 19 in total in this committee, and the vice chair of this committee will deliver messages of athletes and voices of athletes to the IOC. And it is also my role to take care of the practical details of the operations of this committee. So there's a lot of work to do, and there's responsibility, heavy responsibility that I need to carry, but I'm learning a lot. Your term is 2 years. And then after the next Olympics, there will be a voting once again. So until the Paris Olympic Games, you need to serve in that position. Yes, I was elected during the Tokyo Olympic Games, and every 2 years, inside the committee, there will be election. And I was re-elected. So until the Paris Olympic, I will serve as the vice chair. Right. Starting from Rio Olympic Games, you served as a member of the IOC, and since Tokyo Olympics, you've been serving as vice chair of the Athletes Committee. And after 2 years, the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games will be held, and I believe that sports and athletes will have to play a big role. Yes, that's true. During the Beijing Olympic Games, I was able to meet with a lot of officials and sports experts. And as Governor Choi mentioned, the Gangwon 2024 is indeed a God-given opportunity. And many sports officials and IOC members agree, because back in 2018, the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games was a symbol of peace, and we were able to promote peace globally. And they have hopes and expectations for Gangwon 2024 because this is an international Olympic game for youth. And this is an opportunity for us to deliver the message of peace to the global audience. So there's huge expectation. We all know that peace cannot be achieved overnight, and co-hosting cannot be achieved overnight either. So we need to continue to work together, and if we work hard, I believe that there will be a good result. That's right. I am happy that we have a Korean athlete leading the athletes committee, and as I mentioned, he's serving as vice chair of the athletes committee within the IOC. So in that role, you may be able to do something about helping this Gangwon 2024. Well, after I got re-elected as vice chair, I was able to meet with a lot of different people, especially get the trust from the executive committee of the IOC. And Gangwon 2024 will be held in Korea. And during my terms, these two major events were held in Gangwon province. So it is very special for me personally as well. We have good memories of the 2018 Olympic Games, and we have our successful experiences in our memory. Because we have these experiences, we get a lot of expectation from the sporting community, but I think we should not be complacent. We need to step up our effort and develop good plans. And the Youth Olympic Games are different from regular Winter Olympic Games because the Youth Olympic Games are focused on education as well, so there will be a lot of educational opportunities. And I once visited the table tennis games for youth, and it was all about promoting cooperation. So the Youth Olympic Games will go very well with the spirit of peace that we're promoting here in PyeongChang. Thank you.
And in the middle, we have with us Chairman Kim Kyung-sang of the South and North Korea Sports Exchange Association. I'm sure you visited the Beijing Winter Olympics.
이번 베이징 동계올림픽에서
And during the Beijing Winter Olympics, I have heard that Thomas Bach actually came to meet you. No, we went to meet him.
예.
Well, I think he came to meet the head of our delegation, and I went to meet Thomas Bach.
IOC 위원장과 만나고
So, as you were meeting with him,
어떤 말씀을 제일
what
궁금하네요.
kind of question did you ask, and what kind of answers did you receive? Well, at the Beijing Olympics, I participated as a representative of Gangwon 2024. Well, our governor should have participated, but I went on behalf of him because his schedule did not allow him to go to Beijing for such a long time. So I participated to represent Gangwon 24, and I had two missions that I had to do. First, I had to deliver the letter of our governor, and in that letter, it talks about support projects for Gangwon 2024. For example, inviting youth from about 50 countries without winter sports infrastructure so that they can be supported to train within South Korea, but spend a week in North Korea, in Masikryong in North Korea. And it's a Gangwon province project, but we wanted it to be supported and endorsed by the IOC. And along the same lines, we also wanted to ask the IOC to endorse Masikryong of North Korea as an official training site. And we wanted to ask the North Korean ambassador to endorse this as well. So we delivered a letter to the North Korean ambassador as well in China. So I went first to Chairman Bach, and as soon as Chairman Bach was elected, the first Olympic that he hosted was the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. And the PyeongChang Winter Olympics became the most beautiful Olympics ever because we created a platform of peace between the two Koreas, and it became an Olympic heritage. And so Chairman Bach, he was very proud to have been the chairman of the IOC for that Olympics, and he had great memories of Governor Choi Mun-sun. And he was very confident about the Olympics. But after that, because of the COVID-19, Beijing Olympics and Tokyo Olympics was not held on a full grand scale. But since we have Gangwon 2024 coming up, Chairman Bach was grateful to Gangwon Province, and he had great memories of Gangwon Province. And he named himself as an ambassador of Gangwon Province. And so he not only approved the endorsement of the IOC for the Gangwon 24 support projects, but he also promised that he will make an effort so that Gangwon 2024 can be co-hosted by the two Koreas. And Governor Choi talked about how Gangwon 2024 is God's gift. Well, the Beijing Olympic is over, and the next Olympic is Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. It will start in January, so it's just about 2 years away. So the IOC will be focused on Gangwon 2024. And so we do believe that there is a possibility for co-hosting between the two Koreas because the support project will take place in both Gangwon provinces of the south and north. And so if this project is successful, then a co-hosting of the two Koreas is possible. And that's something that Chairman Bach recognizes as well. Chairman Bach realizes the attractiveness of Gangwon province because of the PyeongChang Winter Olympic memories. And he also has very high expectations of Gangwon 2024, and I'm sure that he will fully support us. So Governor Choi talked about how it's a God's gift. In just 2 years, we will be hosting the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. And if we could have the two Koreas co-hosting Gangwon 2024, it will be very important. Chairman Kim Kyung-sung, you always worked on relieving tension between the two Koreas. And there is another roadblock that we need to overcome. Sports and culture achieves things that diplomacy cannot achieve. There are things that the government can do, but there are also stronger efforts that can be made by local governments. So the local governments can work with the private sector to have successful sports diplomacy, and the Olympics is the biggest event. And so we have two big weapons, the Olympics and Olympic support projects for Gangwon 2024. And that's why Chairman Bach and the rest of the IOC agrees with this. And so during the Beijing Olympics, I met many IOC members with Mr. Liu here today. And I went there as the representative of Gangwon 2024. And that's why I was in a position to be able to talk to the IOC. And I opened opportunities for endorsement. So how do the other IOC members feel? Well, we have the Olympic Club during the Olympic Games. And we have students from around the world here today. But chairmen of various governments and also organizations. But Bach uses the title president because IOC is like a country. It's one big country. And so the IOC always excludes politics. And so there is the Olympic Club only available to the IOC. And every day the IOC members are there. And when you go to the Olympic Club, we have IOC members from around the world there, just like we have students from around the world here today. So if you go there, you can meet everyone. But only those who are members of the IOC and also those who are the host of the next Olympics can go there. So Gangwon 2024, the Milano Winter Olympics, and the Paris Summer Olympics. Only the host of those three Olympics can go to the Olympic Games. But no one was interested in the Milano Winter Games or the Paris Summer Games because everyone is just interested in Gangwon 2024. Is it because we are a separated nation? No, this is because of the great memories of PyeongChang. And because of the support projects we have prepared for Gangwon 2024, we had great response to the support projects. The person in charge of finance of IOC, he operates the Olympic Academy. The Olympic Academy invites youth from around the world to foster them as athletes. That is the Olympic Academy project. The support project that Gangwon Province has prepared for Gangwon 2024 is very similar to the Gangwon Academy. So we are doing something that the IOC should be doing, and so they're very grateful to see this. And so he was very happy to see that we were doing this support project. And so in May, about 20 IOC members will be visiting Gangwon Province to talk about the support projects, and they will be meeting our governor, and we will be opening seminars to test out the success of the support projects. And Mr. Liu played a large role in this process. There are 54 NOCs from Africa, and they only have 1 to 2 winter sports that they can play, and so they are not able to participate in the Winter Olympic Games. Mr. Mustafa Barros, who is an IOC member from Africa, he said, don't deal with individual NOCs of Africa, but deal with the group of NOCs. And so there will be a meeting in Egypt bringing together all of the African NOCs. And he invited Governor Moon to join that seminar in Egypt to explain the project. And he said we will be able to meet all 54 African NOCs. And so in March, we will be going to Egypt to propose the support projects and sign an MOU. And so they gave us an opportunity to speak before this assembly, and that is because of Gangwon 2024 and the support projects that we are preparing. Well, Governor Moon talked about how it's God's gift. There are many North Korean laborers working in Africa, and so Africa and North Korea are very close. Diplomacy is meeting where we can, if we cannot meet directly between the two Koreas. For example, we would go to China to do exchanges, but now we can go to Africa to do exchanges between the two Koreas. We could invite North Korea to Africa, or Africa can invite North Korea and South Korea. And so that would open a higher possibility for co-hosting. So the North and South meeting directly is very difficult because of denuclearization issues and sanctions. And so it's difficult to meet directly. But through sports diplomacy, we can open new doors. And that really is possible thanks to the Olympics and the support projects that we have prepared. As we are listening to Chairman Kim Kyung-sang, I can see that for the Summer Olympics, athletes from around the world participate, but because of the weather conditions, it's very difficult for the African athletes to come to the Winter Olympics.
So in 2024, we will have the Gangwon Youth Olympic Games. hopefully to be co-hosted by the two Koreas, and we will have to work hard to achieve this. But as Chairman Kim mentioned, it will be very meaningful to invite athletes from African countries so that they can compete for Winter Games. That's very true. The Winter Olympic Games are rather different from the Summer Olympic Games because the winter sports have been dominated by wealthier European countries. So the spirit of the sport has not been spread evenly across the globe. And it is very meaningful that we're holding the Gangwon 2024 as the first Asian country to host the Youth Olympic Winter Games. And we wish to engage as many countries as possible, including Southeast Asian countries where they don't have the winter sports infrastructure, because we want to continue to spread the spirit of the Olympic Games. And I am very proud that Gangwon has been doing that. In May, IOC officials from the African continent will visit Gangwon, and I hope that Governor Choi will provide more support for this. Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question to President Yu.
So you are in charge of PR for Gangwon 2024, and as we have just mentioned, I think you should also work to invite as many athletes from around the world as possible. Yes, of course, I will be supporting this. I continue to discuss this with Governor Choi and also Chairman Kim. And I look forward to the support of President Yoo Seung-min. At our university, we have 1,000 athletes in our dorm, and they are Series A athletes. So if North Korean athletes would come to South Korea, then we would be able to provide the support for training. At our university, we have 29 sports that we have, and there are also 20 additional sports that we teach. And so we cover many of the Winter Olympics games and sports. And we also have an ice rink. So we will be able to provide the environment for accommodations and training. And we have skiing or other snow sports, and I believe that we have sufficient infrastructure in Gangwon province. And so we can go back and forth with our university, but nevertheless, we will do whatever we can to support your projects. Yes, we will go back to Mr. Liu.
We only have 2 years left before 2024, and if we want to invite athletes, especially these young athletes from Africa and Asia, if we provide support for them for training, do you think they can compete in the Gangwon 2024 Games? We have some students in the audience. I believe that we already have a very good legacy from the 2018 PyeongChang Olympic Games. By using the Olympics, we can create many good legacies. And one of them is nurturing and training athletes from countries that do not have the winter sports infrastructure. We already have the dream programs and the support programs already up and running. There are many students who are not familiar with winter sports, and it is our goal to continue to train them so that they can compete internationally. Of course, it takes time and effort, but you don't have to be a world-class athlete to participate in the Youth Olympic Games. It is all about having passion and participate and compete fairly in these games. So I believe that is the whole point of doing this. There were 92 countries participating in the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games, but for the Summer Olympic Games, it is actually 207 countries. So the number of countries for the Winter Olympic Games is only half of that for the Summer Olympic Games. But I hope that Gangwon Province and the PyeongChang will continue to work hard to increase the number of countries that are able to that are able to participate in the Winter Olympic Games. And so this way, we can spread the spirit of sport.
유일한 분단 국가로서 어떤 그런 모델 역할을
And in addition, the Korean Peninsula is the only divided nation, with the Gangwon province being the only divided province. And we want to continue to show to the world that we're working hard to promote peace here on this divided peninsula. And if we continue to deliver this message, I believe that we can spread this message around the world and bring about positive change. Especially for this Gangwon 2024,
관심이 떨어지
compared to the regular Olympic Games, attention or interest may be a little lower, but I really hope that more and more people will be interested in and will be supporting this Gangwon 2024 so that this can become a successful event where we can continue to treasure and uphold the spirit and the legacy of the PyeongChang 2018 Games. Yes, as you mentioned, there are many countries that are not familiar with winter sports, and I hope that, Mr. Yu, you will continue to play your part in your capacity. Thank you.
So this is the last session of the PyeongChang Peace Forum. It is a special agenda session 2. We only have about 15 minutes left. And I'm sure that you also have questions. If you have any questions for the 4 gentlemen on stage, please raise your hand and wait for a microphone.
아직 손을 안 드시나요? 예. 그러면은 예, 손 드실
Yes, we have someone from the back who is asking for a microphone. To whom will you be addressing your question?
all of you. 아 예. 잠깐만요. 저희들도 영어로 하실 건가요?
Will you be speaking in English? I can speak in Korean.
아프리카 아니면 아시아 우리나라 같은
For African and Asian countries,
청소년들이
how can the youth
이런 스포츠에 참석할 수 있어?
participate in sports from an early age?
강원도 2024.
We are preparing for Gangwon 2024. It's just 2 years away. But the youth in Africa and Asia do not have opportunities to play these sports at a young age, and there are no programs to support young children. And so what do you think about this? Where are you from? Can you tell us? I'm from India.
예. 자, 김경성 의원님께서 예.
Maybe Chairman Kim?
프로그램이 없다는 말씀.
Could you answer this? So there's no winter program. Well, the program that we are supporting is not just to provide training for Winter Olympic sports, but there are NOCs of each country, and through the chairman of the NOC, we will be working with that country, and the head of the NOC, for example, in India, will name 1 or 2 sports for athletes that are 16 years old, so that they will be 18 in 2024. And so each NOC will recommend athletes with potential, and we will be providing training, equipment, and leaders for these athletes so that they can participate in Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. And we hope that it will become a game with the largest number of countries participating. So that may not mean that they could win a medal in 2024, but we can look forward to the Milano Olympic Winter Games and beyond. So this is not support for general public, but for specific sports and specific athletes, we will be providing customized programs. Let me try to add to that. For India, currently, Korea National Sports University has a counterpart. So I understand that India is preparing to establish a university that's quite similar to the Korea National Sports University. The Taiwanese National Sports University was established in the 1980s, and they actually benchmarked our university. And so India is benchmarking our university to establish their national sports university. And the founder is a very active person. The person who asked the question, well, I would like to mention that India is making preparations and an MOU has been signed. And when such a university is established, then there could be ODA projects or other programs that can be operated, perhaps in collaboration with Korea's Ministry of Sports, Tourism, and Culture. And so I believe that our university could play a role as well. And we have Mr. Yoo Sung-min here with us, and so we will make an effort together to expand programs. And as I mentioned before, Mr. Serbian, who is in charge of finance in IOC, and President Thomas Bach, they are also fully supporting our country, and they received an honorary doctorate degree at our university. And so we will work together, and I will do my part to promote various events. Thank you very much. Maybe we can go to Mr. Liu. Well, first of all, India will be hosting the IOC General Assembly next year. Congratulations. And I think you're talking about winter sports because India is a country that is being provided with a lot of support for summer Olympic Games. And you also have IOC members in your own countries. But for the Winter Olympic Games, as you mentioned, it takes a long time to train for these sports. And so we are well aware of this. And so Gangwon Province and the PyeongChang 2018 Legacy Foundation are creating these projects not to have results overnight, but all to make sure that there is sustainable projects that can be long-term. And the youth that participate in these projects, when they go back to their own countries, they can become professionals for that particular sport. That could actually impact other young people to become interested in that sport. And so if you pay attention to a lot of the projects that are ongoing, I believe that we could have great results in the future. So we had a question from India. But because the Winter Olympic Games cannot be played in countries without winter sports infrastructure, Gangwon Province, PyeongChang 2018 Legacy Foundation, IOC, the Korea National Sports University are just some of the organizations that are preparing to collaborate. We will now open the floor for the second question.
안녕하세요.
Hello, I would like to ask a question to Governor Choi.
대표적인 선거가
This year, we have two major elections,
각 후보마다
and we have these presidential candidates. They are proposing different North Korean policies. And Governor Choi, you are pushing forward with the co-hosting, but I believe that this may be impacted by the result of the presidential election. And also, the local government election is upcoming in June. So when you get a new governor in Gangwon Province, do you think this idea will be continued? I believe that you asked a very practical and very important question because that is also my concern. When you think about peace between the two Koreas, it is very much impacted and influenced by the leaders of the two Koreas as well as the U.S. president. But there has been rather a lack of harmony or coordination among the concerned parties. But all we can do is to continue to make effort. I believe that the prospect is not very bright, but still, nevertheless, we need to continue to work hard to achieve our goal. Especially, I hope that the young people will continue to go in this direction. And as a member of the older generation, I feel really sorry, and I feel even guilty that we may not have done our job in creating a better future for them. But I like to ask our youth to continue to play this part. Yes, as you mentioned, we need to see what the presidential election will be and what the outcome will be, but we cannot make any predictions right now here. So I understand that it may not be easy to answer this question from the governor's perspective, but he successfully completed his 3 terms, so he is not able to run for the governor. But what do you think you're planning to do after that? I will do my best for the remaining of my term. Thank you very much.
Towards the middle, a microphone, please.
네, 안녕하세요. 이번에 드림
Good morning. I am participating in the DREAM program. My name is Kim Yeon-woo. Thank you very much for your panel discussion. I have a question to Mr. Yoo Seung-min. I understand you participated in the Beijing Winter Olympics, and there were some diplomatic boycotts that were ongoing. If we co-host the Gangwon 2024, do you believe that there are any possibilities of diplomatic boycotts for Gangwon 2024? And if there are diplomatic boycotts, do you have any responses that you have prepared? Well, the most important stakeholders of the Olympic Games are the athletes and the coaches. Of course, heads of states and ambassadors visiting the Olympics would be great for raising the prestige of the nation and also the games themselves. But I'm not a politician, so what I can say is that although there were the diplomatic boycotts in Beijing, it did not impact the athletes at all. It did not impact the dreams of the athletes. It did not impact the games, inspiring people around the world who are suffering from COVID-19. If there were diplomatic boycotts that were happened to Gangwon 2024, it's really up to the political leaders. What we need to focus on is to provide a safe environment for the athletes. And if we think back to 2018, there was a lot of issues related to the North Korean risk, and many countries talked about whether they want to participate or not. But the political leaders had no choice but to recognize the dreams and aspirations of the athletes. And so we actually had a very peaceful event that was hosted. Of course, there will be a lot of issues along the way to Gangwon 2024, but I believe that it cannot stop the inspiration and aspiration of the athletes to create a global festival of sports. Well, Chairman Kim Kyung-sung, you checked the quarantine system for Tokyo last year, and you also experienced the system of Beijing this year. So if COVID-19 were to continue until 2024, we will need to focus on quarantine issues. Could you share with us what you hope to prepare for 2024 based on your experience in Beijing? Well, in Tokyo and in Beijing, I did not go to Tokyo myself, but I experienced Beijing for myself. So if you go outside of the hotel, you have to take a car, and all of the hotels are fenced off, and all of the areas are fenced off for the Olympics. So it's like the DMZ. The citizens cannot come in, we cannot go out. And if you were to go to another hotel, for example, Mr. Liu and I stayed at a different hotel, and if I were to meet Mr. Liu, it's a short distance, but I would have to wait for a car to take me there because only dedicated cars can go back and forth. And so it does make things difficult. And citizens cannot participate in the Olympics. And so we don't believe that COVID-19 will continue to 2024. I think everyone agrees with that. And IOC members are very much looking forward to 2024 because they believe that it could be a true festival like 2018. Well, if we have COVID-19 until 2024, that would be quite horrible. Let's accept the next question.
예정된 시간은 30분까지.
We have about 5 minutes left.
예. 손을 저
Anyone? Okay, there's someone in the back who has raised the question.
Ask my question in English. Is that okay?
예. 영어로 질문.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes, you can ask questions in English. And please use simultaneous interpretation. Please wait a second. Let me wear the receiver.
볼륨을 조금 높이시면 도움이 될 겁니다.
Okay, thank you.
예. 들을 준비 되셨지요?
You ready?
Can I?
예. 질문해 주시죠.
So you were talking about taking these young people from countries that don't get to experience winter sports and giving them training for what I guess it would be like 2 years of training until the Youth Olympics. You also said that it is important to make them feel interested in those sports and maybe prepare them from further Olympic Games, but when they come back to their countries after this Olympics, they will still not be able to practice that sport because since the beginning they weren't able to do that. So I would like to ask, not even thinking about 2024, but furthermore, what is the plan for those young people to still be able to do what they learn or keep on doing the Olympic sports? Yeah. Thank you.
예. Excuse me, where you come from?
I'm from Spain.
예, 알겠습니다.
Thank you. Right. As she mentioned, you are envisioning a 2-year-long support program, but she wishes that there will be a continuous support so that these athletes can continue to train and compete. Yes, I understand your concern and I understand your question, but as you may know, we have had a similar program for 2018 Games. It is called the DREAM program. It is already ongoing for more than 10 years. And thousands of athletes or thousands of young people participated in the program. And I remember it was rather Singapore or Hong Kong where the Dream Plus participant was able to win a medal in the Olympic Games. So of course for 2024, our target timeline is 2 years, but I like to promise that we will continue afterwards. And maybe President An of Korea National Sports University, you are running a program that is a long-term program, right? Yes, that's correct.
한 1년
Right. My term is, I only have 1 year left before my term is over, but I believe that our university will continue to maintain such support programs because it is in line with the spirit and the vision of our university. So even though I will no longer serve as president, I believe that our university will continue to support these athletes. Thank you very much.
We are almost out of time, but we will accept one last question from the floor. Please wait for a microphone.
예.
Hello, can I also ask a question in English?
예.
Okay. Is everyone ready?
예, 질문하세요.
Okay. I'm one of the athletes as part of the New Horizons program. I represent Vietnam, and I think New Horizons has Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia. And I was wondering, with programs like ours bringing athletes from a lot of different countries, what's kind of the plan for the extent of how many athletes are going to be invited to the programs you're setting up to help these athletes train in sports that they've never been able to try in their home countries?
예. 어느 정도의 인원이
So this is a question about how many athletes will have an opportunity to participate. Maybe Governor Choi can answer. Well, for New Horizon, this is an ongoing program, and I look forward to you winning a medal next time around. So the new program that we are planning is a program that we will start in April or May. So we have the budget, but nothing else that is firm. We do have the working level staff here today, but concerning the details, the decisions have not been made yet. So the budget has been decided, but we have not decided on how to use that budget in detail.
65. 예.
We have a 6 billion won budget, but now we have to decide on the details of how to operate the program. So as soon as we have the details, we will be sharing the details with countries around the world and informing you. So it seems that athletes from Africa or Southeast Asia, where there is no Winter Olympic sports infrastructure, they're very interested in these sports nevertheless. Yes, that is very true. Thank you very much for your participation. Well, at our foundation, we have a very good evaluation of the New Horizon program. And the athletes that are participating in New Horizon are limited right now because of COVID-19. But this is a program that we are investing for the future. And so we will continue to expand our program in the future. I cannot give you a fixed number of athletes, but we will try to include as many athletes as possible to provide the best environment that we can. And Governor Choi is also an active supporter of our program. So we look forward to your interest, and that will mean that more athletes will be able to participate in the future. Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to the end of the session, but we will accept just one more question from the floor, although we are out of time.
There's someone in the middle.
예, 이제 마지막 질문입니다.
This is going to be the last question.
자, 질문해 주시죠.
Please go ahead.
Hello. I'm a Dream Program participant this year, so I'll be asking the question in English. Is that fine? Yeah. So my question is, I understand the role of what the government is planning and what do you expect students or foreigners to play in the success of 2024 Winter Olympic Games?
예. 학생들의 역할.
So what will be the role of the students for the success of Gangwon 2024? So who may answer this question? Chairman Kim?
저희가 이제 지원 사업
We are preparing for a support program for multiple countries. Our target is 50 countries.
남강원도와 북강원
And we hope to be able to utilize South Gangwon Province and North Gangwon Province for training opportunities. So what we proposed to North Korea was that these foreign athletes will go to Mashingyeong Resort, and some South Korean students will go to Mashingyeong together with the foreign students for the program. And it is relatively easy for North Korea to accept such a proposal because the Mashingyeong ski resort has been completed and they wish to attract as many visitors as possible to the Mashingyeong resort. And there is some vague fear and concern about North Korea among South Korean students. But if they have a chance to visit Mashingyeong ski resort, they will be able to see for themselves what is the situation in North Korea. And this will bring about positive result for inter-Korean relations. So we believe that student participation is very important. In October 2018,
춘천에서 경기를 할
the young students, athletes from North Korea came to Gangwon province and they competed together. And about 20,000 South Korean students joined in these games and cheered for them. And they also had a chance to talk to North Korean students. Likewise, I hope that more and more students, not only for those foreign students, but also South Korean students to participate in the support program. I wish to entertain more questions from the floor, but we went over time by 5 minutes, and it is time to wrap up the session. The Beijing Winter Olympic Games were finished very recently, and it was a successful event despite many challenges. And there was a lot of applause for the success of the Beijing Olympic Games, but we still remember how successful it was for us to host the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games in 2018. And many people around the world were able to witness what we could achieve in PyeongChang in 2018 on this divided Korean peninsula. And I hope that all of us will work together for the success of the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games. In this regard, I'd like to express my thanks to President An Yong-gyu, as well as Chairman Kim, Governor Chae, and Mr. Yu for their contribution. Thank you very much.
평화를 사랑하는 세계
a festival of peace lovers from around the world. We will now begin the closing ceremony of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I am Park Se-jung. I will be leading you throughout the closing ceremony. Pleased to meet you.
지난 22일에 시작
Our journey of the Peace Forum started on the 22nd, and we are here at the last chapter of our journey. We have had 207 speakers participate in 33 sessions from 33 countries, and we have shared our wisdom and insight about the past, present, and future.
특히 연사들뿐만 아니라
Not only our speakers, but we have had audience participate using our Metaverse platform as well as our online and offline platforms to participate and share their opinions. Thank you very much. At the PyeongChang Peace Forum, we have invited the participation of the youth and MZs. The Youth Peace Challenge and Peace Talent Fostering Group has been launched, and we have also launched the first youth committee of the PyeongChang Peace Forum, as well as designating youth ambassadors for peace. And we would now like to take this opportunity to listen to the activities of the youth committee. We will be inviting Chairman Seo Jun-hee of the Youth Committee to share the experience.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I am Seo Jun-hee, the chairman of the APCD Youth Committee of the PyeongChang Peace Forum. This is the first time that a youth committee has been organized. It's a great pleasure to represent the youth committee on stage. The youth committee has conducted projects in 5 teams: sports, economy, UN SDGs, DMZ, and peace public diplomacy. And we also had an opportunity to share the results of the 5 teams. Youth interested in peace gathered from December to February to prepare for all of the sessions. And despite COVID-19 and despite the lack of opportunities to meet in person, we were able to prepare the sessions successfully. As a person studying peace at university, it was a great opportunity for me to participate in the youth committee, and it was a great opportunity for me to learn from other people by communicating with other youth on the topic of peace. I look forward to the youth committee being organized for the 2nd time and 3rd time and beyond, so that more youth will have opportunities to discuss peace. And I also hope that in the future, offline gatherings will be possible so that more projects will be possible with enriched dialogue for each of the projects. The future that we will be living in, we hope, will be a better world, a safer world, and a more peaceful world. And whatever our expertise may be, we hope that youth will be at the center. And I hope that there will be more opportunities for us to voice our political opinions. Thank you very much.
네, 위원장
Thank you very much, Chairperson Seo. We will continue to cheer for various peace activities of the Youth Committee.
평화 포럼은 지난 2000
The PyeongChang Peace Forum started the Youth Peace Challenge in 2020 to facilitate exchanges of young people from around the world for peace. And the winners of the Youth Peace Challenge will be appointed as Youth Peace Ambassadors. In February last year, 7 Youth Peace Ambassadors were appointed, and they carried out their activities for the past 1 year. Now it is time to invite one of the Peace Ambassadors, Lee Seo-young, who is here with us to learn about their experiences. Please welcome Ambassador Lee with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕.
Hello everyone, my name is Lee Seo-young. I was a winner of the Youth Peace Challenge last year, so I've been working as the Youth Peace Ambassador for the past year. I am a 3rd grade university student at Kyunghee University. I would like to reflect on our past year. The theme of last year's Youth Peace Challenge was the role of youth during the pandemic to promote peace.
Essay, public statement,
There was essay and public statement and visual art. These were the three categories for the Youth Peace Challenge. And all the participants got together and they had a Q&A session to ask questions and searched for answers. We witnessed that peace was disrupted and threatened in many local communities, and our answer to the problem was pause and gaze. We felt that we had to stop and pause and look around to see if there's any rise in inequality or lack of peace. We realized the importance of slowing down our process and looking around. And this led to the forum on PyeongChang Peace Challenge. Democracy, youth, and peace were the topic, and in celebrating the Day of Peace of the UN, the statement was adopted. And our one-year journey came down to the youth sessions that were held yesterday. And these sessions were places where young people were able to exchange their ideas and concerns about peace. I believe that stories have power. Stories are powerful and they can touch hearts of people. And when we gather our stories of peace, we believe that we can continue to nurture the value of the PyeongChang Peace Forum. The beginning of peace, a new PyeongChang. We hope that we will continue to spread this spirit. Thank you very much.
네, 이서영 평화대사님.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Yi. We have these proud youth peace ambassadors, and I believe that they will continue to work hard to spread this value of peace. At this year's Youth Peace Challenge, the topic was our common agenda and its implementation. There was essay competition and group debate. More than 1,800 young people from 108 countries participated in the Youth Peace Challenge, and the award ceremony was held in the virtual metaverse DMZ Peace Zone. Please take a look at the video.
Here I get to meet all of you and the participants in the last debate. I get to learn from your experiences and hopefully take that forward and create networks within which we can create positive change in the future.
More than just an international competition, it is also an opportunity to share our visions for global peace, understand differences, and an opportunity to learn.
We deliberately joined the YPC 2022 because we are interested and passionate about building and sustaining peace around the globe. And secondly, to challenge ourselves and get involved into platforms that seek to solve our world's problems.
네, 여러분 박수 보내.
Please give a big round of applause.
통해서 확인을 해.
As we saw in the video, we can see that there are so many young people from so many different countries. It really shows that the PyeongChang Peace Forum is indeed a global peace platform. And here today in the closing ceremony, we have invited 2 teams out of the 10 winning teams of the Youth Peace Challenge. We have with us these winning teams connected virtually. First of all, the second prize winner, the PyeongChang Youth Peace Prize. Second prize winner is the team of Hayo Wolfram and Park Yoo-jin. Let me invite Hayo Wolfram.
Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Am I audible?
Thank you very much for joining us. So could you share your feelings about winning the prize?
Well, it's definitely, I think, not necessarily the prize, but the experience itself was the most rewarding component of all of this. So the experience on this platform provided by YPC to be able to interact with all sorts of other youth that are actively engaged and passionate about peace-building activities, that was the most valuable component to me.
Thank you, thank you.
So, yeah.
Go ahead, please.
I have a speech to deliver. So, dear panelists and members of the public, growing up in an international community, moving between countries and cultures, I've gained a deep awareness of difference, exclusion, and injustice on both a local and especially an international scale. So, having lived in Germany, South Korea, and Singapore, I've been fortunate enough to familiarize myself with various political and cultural atmospheres throughout all societies. And through these collective experiences, I've come to realize the crucial role of peace and sustainability as conditions for a livable future. However, today we face global challenges such as climate change, rampant inequality, and the pandemic. And the youth have only recently begun to demand participation in shaping our common future. At present, the majority of political decisions are made irrespective of youth opinion, as politicians can only be elected from a different demographic with entirely divergent views and interests. This political disconnect must urgently be bridged in order to better represent the youth, who are actually at the center of the decisions being made today. I believe it is crucial to raise awareness in society more broadly about this fundamental deficit. Political decisions should always be made with a view towards sustainability and the preservation of peace. The extent to which we embrace these core objectives has a profound impact on our world, shaping it for generations to come. To me, this YPC offered a platform to express these concerns and propose tangible solutions that enable the youth to have its legitimate say, and to collectively strive for a more peaceful and sustainable world. These invaluable experiences have enabled us to broaden our international awareness and provided context for a continuation of global peace building. I've come to realize that despite our differences and various focuses, our ability to collectively share a platform sheds light on the future compatibility of the youth and our collective movement. To this end, we must continue to seek to uphold the core values of the PyeongChang Peace Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope to see you in person next year. 네, 고맙습니다. 다시 한번 하요.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again to Hayo and Eugene. We will now go on to the remarks by our grand prize winner. We have with us Mojuna Shtiku, who won the PyeongChang Youth Peace Award. Let us connect with Mr. Squeezy. Miss Squeezy.
Can you hear me?
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, annyeonghaseyo. Peace Here and Now has been the theme of this year's PyeongChang Peace Forum. Under this banner, participants and panelists alike have discussed prospects for peace on the Korean Peninsula, the opportunity presented by the Our Common Agenda report, and the role of sports in promoting peace. These three key themes also reflect the conversation which took place between the participants of the Youth Peace Challenge hosted by this very forum. With over 70+ participants hailing from a multitude of countries, the YPC has presented an unprecedented opportunity for the youth to present their ideas and proposals for a sustainable and peaceful future. We, the youth, comprise 30% of the global population today, making us the visionaries and leaders of tomorrow. However, peace is not a prospect for tomorrow. Instead, it is an urgent need of the present. If global events have shown us anything, it is that conflict and violence of any kind has deep, reverberating impacts across the globe. Peace Here and Now is a vision which we, the youth, have readily adopted. We are not afraid to use the platforms and resources at our disposal to spread messages of solidarity, to raise awareness on issues, and to advocate for change. However, we face challenges at every turn, whether ranging from a lack of financing, lack of access to social or cultural capital, or simply lacking opportunities. The problem is not that the youth lack courage, enthusiasm, or the will to seek change for peace. If the YPC has shown me anything, it is that I am but one of hundreds of thousands of individuals who deeply care about humanity and the future of our planet. Instead, the problem is that the majority of the youth, who are a diverse and heterogeneous group, are excluded as decision makers and as the masters of our own fate. Ladies and gentlemen, peace here and now is not a vision which can be achieved without the active participation and inclusion of the youth. Our participation must also be included and institutionalized across all levels and channels. I'm deeply thankful to the PyeongChang Peace Forum, which has resolved to achieve exactly that, and in doing so, provided myself and other youth candidates the platform with which to advocate for peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your impressive speech and congratulations. 자, 여러분, 세 분의 수상자.
We have our 3 distinguished awardees.
And we truly believe you will do very well. 여러분, 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주십시오.
Another big round of applause, please.
네. 오늘 이 소감을 나눠주신 세 분을
Thank you very much to our 3 awardees, and also congratulations to all of the participants of the Youth Peace Challenge.
자, 이어서
We will now go on to the closing ceremony, the closing remarks of the closing ceremony of the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. Let us invite President Yoo Seung-min with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Yoo Seung-min.
정말 3일 동안 너무너무 고생
Thank you very much for your participation throughout the last 3 days. Thank you for your active participation and the sharing of your experience. It was indeed a learning opportunity for all of us. In particular, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Governor Choi Mun-sun, who has provided unfailing support, and also Mayor Han Wang-gi of PyeongChang. Thank you to all of the speakers, moderators, and participants. I would like to extend a special thank you to our co-presidents.
평화라는 어떤
Under this grand theme of peace, the co-presidents have joined us and made their contributions. Thank you to Chairman Kang Geum-sil for joining us from day 1 until today.
저희가 계속해서 이 코로나 속에서 행사를
We continue to host the forum under COVID-19 situations, which pose great difficulties. Of course, we are building our experiences, and so this year things went a little bit more smoothly. But thank you to the Legacy Foundation and EZPMP and MW Networks for all of your efforts that made the Peace Forum possible. During the opening ceremony, Chairperson Kang Geum-sil has mentioned that through the PyeongChang Peace Forum, she wishes to see the whole world dream of peace together.
평창 평화 포럼이
I do hope that the PyeongChang Peace Forum will continue to grow as a global peace platform.
특히 평화란
In particular, the word peace
평온해지고
makes our hearts feel at peace, and it propels us to dream of the future.
평화만 꿈꾸는 게
Peace is not something that happens alone, but as we have heard from the president of the youth committee, as well as the ambassadors of peace, we are able to name the youth as people to deliver the message of peace around the world. We are able to raise our voices together for peace. Thank you very much for your devotion. And I believe that this is one of the great legacies of our Peace Forum. And now we are looking forward to 2024. It's already been 4 years since the end of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. And we will continue to develop the legacy of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. And at Gangwon 2024, we will surely bear the fruit of peace so that once again, the whole world will be able to become one here in Gangwon Province. As the president of the 2018 Legacy Foundation, I will do my utmost to showcase our legacy of peace around the world. Thank you very much for joining us throughout the last 3 days. Thank you.
네, 좋은 말씀.
Thank you very much, President Yu. As he pointed out, the word peace itself is very powerful, and I hope that all of us will continue to remember the meaning and value of peace. Now, I would like to invite Art Lindsley, co-president of the PyeongChang Peace Forum, to announce the final statement of the PyeongChang Peace Forum. Due to the COVID-19 situation, he's joining us virtually from the US. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hi, Mr.
Welcome
Lindsley.
from Washington, D.C. Thank you for the honor of participating in the PyeongChang Peace Forum again this year. This is the third year I've been here with you. The more I reflect on this forum, the more important I think that it is. Not only is peace discussed and solutions presented, but the very location in Gangwon province, close to the DMZ in North Korea, makes it symbolic of the desire for peace, facing a long-term division. I hope that not only Koreans are listening, but people from around the world facing wars and rumors of wars. Keep proclaiming the importance of peace in a world where it's often lacking. I hope that I can be with you in person next year. I'm going to read the final resolution coming out of this conference, and I hope that you all resolve to follow these proposals. I think you'll see on the screen these resolution in both English and Korean. Let me just read the proposal here. We participants of the 4th PyeongChang Peace Forum held in Alpensia, PyeongChang, from the 22nd to the 24th of February, 2022, discussed the multiple issues in terms of peace in the 5 priority areas, such as economy, sport, demilitarized zone, UN sustainable development, and public diplomacy under the theme Beyond the Declaration of the End of the Korean War. We gathered again at the PyeongChang, the host city of the PyeongChang 2018 Winter Olympic Games, and the birthplace of the Korean Peninsula peace-building process, exchanged our ideas and opinions, and forged a consensus about the importance of continuity in practicing the peace legacy of the PyeongChang 2018 Olympic Games in our own local community and country, as well as the Korean Peninsula and the world. As emphasized by the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, in his congratulatory message, we are living in a time of escalating geopolitical tensions and divisions, and one misunderstanding or miscalculation could have disastrous consequences for humanity. We also emphasize his words that it will take unity and solidarity to turn the tide and realize the PyeongChang Peace Forum vision of peace here and now. An inclusive and participatory dialogue for peace is imperative. We strongly support the efforts for sustainable peace with mutual understanding through dialogue and cooperation, rather than national security through military dominance and supremacy based on fear of the other. We urge all state parties to national division, denuclearization, sustainable peace regime on the Korean Peninsula to make every effort with proactive actions. We commit ourselves to 5 actions for the vision of the PyeongChang Peace Forum as the priming water and platform where concrete ideas about how to create a world of sustainable peace through the PyeongChang peace spirit are shared and nurtured. Here are these 5 actions. We support and join the efforts to build a foundation for peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula through inter-Korean economic cooperation, such as tourism, cultural exchange, and Eurasia Railways connections. We hope and support the efforts of the Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Games, another momentum for global peace through co-hosting by the Gangwon province about South and North Korea. We expect the Gangwon 2024 to be a historic turning point for a new paradigm and culture of peace through international dialogue and cooperation led by both youth peacemakers as well as Olympic youth athletes. We support and join the efforts for the declaration of the end of the Korean War and the international peace zone of the DMZ to reduce military tensions facilitate the denuclearization and permanent peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, and green détente for the inter-Korean environmental cooperation. We commit to join the efforts to implement the 12 proposals of our Common Agenda report of the UN Secretary General in order to accelerate the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as well as a peace-building agenda of our own local communities, countries, and world. We commit to join the efforts to share the vision of the PyeongChang Peace Forum and the PyeongChang Peace Spirit, locally and globally, through public diplomacy with national and local governments and civil society. I hope we take to heart these resolutions and actions and will continue to pursue peace with our hearts and our minds. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to join you and be able to read this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. And we hope to see you in person next year. Thank you very much. 여러분 공동위원장님께 다시 한 번.
Another big round of applause for Mr. Arthur Lindsley, please.
네, 합치와 포용과 차별.
So we are striving for the values of engagement and solidarity. And we hope that by putting these values into practice, we will be able to create a peaceful tomorrow. Let us take a look at a video of the last 3 days that we have shared together.
So I think that PyeongChang Peace Forum provides an opportunity to sit together and share the experiences of all across the world, and there you can think more about the peace and bring prosperity to your people and to your country as well.
전 세계의 어떤 평화와 번영을 위해서 함께 힘을 합쳐주기 바랍니다. 건성 기원합니다.
I think this is definitely one of big steps toward global peace, where we have chance to meet people from other countries and share our visions toward peace. And I'm so happy that I'm here today at this conference.
그 나이대가 청소년이라는 것이 더 특별한 것 같습니다. 우리나라 국민으로서 그리고 국제사회의 일원이라는, 그리고 가장 소소하게는 나 자신과 우리 가족의 자랑으로서 또 이 올림픽 함께 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 이번 포럼에서 저희 세대들의 그런 평화를 향한 노력과 이야기들을 나눌 수 있어서 굉장히 뿌듯했습니다. 내년에는 조금 더 평화로운 그런 미래를 꿈꿀 수 있겠죠?
청소년 동계올림픽인 만큼 경쟁에만 집중할 것이 아니라 스포츠를 통해 함께하는 문화를 형성했으면 좋겠습니다. 2024 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽 화이팅!
평화를 배울 수 있고 느낄 수 있는 좋은 시간이었습니다. 저에게 평화란 미래 세대를 위한 첫걸음입니다.
네, 여러분 박수 보내주십시오.
A round of applause, please. Looking at the last 3 days on the video, it makes me miss the forum already. Of course, we had 3 short days at the forum, but it was indeed a great opportunity for us to experience peace for ourselves.
분들을 각자의 위치로 보내드리.
This is now a time to bid farewell to everyone and to bid all of us farewell. We have with us Governor Choi Mun-sun of Gangwon Province. Please invite the governor with a big round of applause. During the last 3 days, we have been able to enjoy the Peace Forum, and thank you very much to all those who have made the forum possible. Due to COVID-19, we were not able to have a full offline event, but it was indeed the most inspiring forum ever. And that is something that I also believe. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the co-chairs, the co-presidents. We have Chairman Jim Rogers. He was born in 1942, but he has traveled all the way from the US via Singapore to join us for 3 days. Thank you very much for joining us. And we have just heard the declaration from Washington. Dr. Art Lindsley is also a very special co-president for us. He is very influential in the US, especially in the DC area, and so he is a part of the DC inner circle. He has channels to the White House, and the Inter-Gangwon Committee that he is leading is perhaps the first public diplomacy group created by Korea that has a channel into the DC inner circle. WHO's Beasley is also participating, and we also have an impact on the UN Secretary General, and we also have impact on the Capitol Hill. And so thank you very much to Dr. Lindsley. Chairperson Kang Geum-sil has been with us for all 3 days. She has left her office empty for the last 3 days. Thank you very much for coordinating the whole forum. And thank you for your efforts in telling us about the legal affairs related to the DMZ. Thank you to President Yoo Seung-gi as well as the mayor of PyeongChang. Thank you very much for joining us throughout the last 3 days. Chairman Seo Jun-hee of the Youth Committee and also the Peace Ambassadors. It's great to see all of you, and you're so smart. Thank you very much. And I could see that our future is very bright. 204 speakers, thank you very much. Thank you to the participants from Indonesia, Malaysia, and India, especially the youth from these countries. I believe that you will continue to become warriors for peace in the future. Our staff did all of the work. We have Hwa Geun-kyung, who has not been able to sleep for a few days. Thank you very much for all of your efforts. I think you should have a drink today and have a good night's sleep. Thank you very much for all of your efforts. When we talk about peace, we talk about a state where there is no conflict. My wife and I, we never enjoy peace between us. So if you're not fighting, you may think that it is peace. Or you may think that peace is simply not attacking someone else and defending when you are being attacked. And within our lives, at times, we always think about war as our concept. And so we always base everything on war. So peace is the lack of war, according to our thoughts. 54 trillion won is spent for national defense every year in Korea, but there is no specific budget for peace. That is not the understanding that we should have for peace. Peace should be a proactive concept. Having a proactive concept of peace means that we need to invest our will, our determination, our energy, our budget, and our efforts into peace. We need to prepare for peace as competitively as we are preparing for war. We have listened to the New York Philharmonic, and it took 2 years to prepare for the New York Philharmonic performance in Pyongyang. And so we needed to invest our time, our energy, and our budget. We had to persuade the US government. We had to persuade the US politicians. We had to persuade the US media in order to make that performance possible. It took a lot of effort, and that effort was as competitive as participating in a war. So I would like to call this with the ironic term of war for peace. And in order to have that kind of war, we need warriors. And you are the warriors for peace. And that is why you are so precious. The PyeongChang Peace Forum is a platform to foster such warriors for peace. In order to create peace, we need people for peace. And these people need to share the determination for peace. They need to be equipped with the capabilities, the equipment, and the vision for peace. And they need to train together in order to achieve peace. I look forward to all of you being able to become warriors of peace. And I look forward to our forum continuing to become the platform for such warriors. Another important platform, as we mentioned, is Gangwon 2024. As I have mentioned before, Gangwon 2024 is God's gift. I believe that it is indeed a very important event. It is an opportunity for us to improve the inter-Korean relations for the future. The Hanoi Summit and 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics gave us hope, but ever since then, we have had change in the thoughts of the North Korean regime. And we also am left with a trauma, but we need to overcome all of this through Gangwon 2024. And I look forward to all of you participating in preparing for Gangwon 2024, and I will do my utmost to prepare. We need to have a clear view of the past in order to open a new path forward. Thank you very much for your participation at the PyeongChang Peace Forum. I wish you peace. Thank you very much.
네, 따뜻한
Thank you very much for the farewell speech. Another big round of applause for Governor Choi Mun-soon, please.
강원 분단의 아픔을
Gangwon Province remembers the pain of separation. PyeongChang was the start of peace, and that is why Gangwon has engraved the value of peace in their hearts. We now close the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022 here, but PyeongChang will continue to remain as the symbol of peace for people around the world. Thank you very much for your participation, and I wish to see you here in PyeongChang again next year. PyeongChang, here and now. Thank you very much.
you.